Alright, it looks like it's live. Let's try this one more time. Yes, because of you. Ah! Oh, Jesus. Is that what you were wanting? And Isadora immediately just face plants and falls off. So I tried doing this earlier, and there was a bunch of problems with it. Mainly the fact that the new kitten that I just got with my fiance, she actually broke my microphone. Like, she bent the cord to the point where it popped out, and it doesn't work anymore, right where it connects to the microphone. But thankfully the webcam I'm using does have a microphone on it, even though it's kind of pretty bad. You can probably hear the static in the background there of my voice. But, and then after that, my dad came down because I had mentioned I was going to play this for the first time, and he was interested in it because, you know, it's been nominated for that many awards for Game of the Year. And, again, Taylor has just been raving about this game ever since it came out. And every chance she can get has been like, hey, you should play Clair Obscur. Hey, you should play Clair Obscur. And finally she wore me down, so. And here we are. So apologies about the mic and how it's probably going to be shit for this stream and for however many more streams until I can get myself a new one. And thankfully I got all the recording I needed to get done for the next episode of Persona 3. And she's just going to be hanging out in the background for, well, I guess it's going to get cropped, but she'll probably interrupt the stream every so often. She's only like a 4-month-old kitten. Anyways, I say we start. Although before that, I will say, just because I was playing a bit with my dad, I got through the prologue, and I stopped just after we hit Act 1. So I'm going to kind of speed my way through the prologue. I won't skip any of the big cutscenes or anything like that, so that the people that are here that haven't played it before, they won't be denied any of the story. As well, I do have to admit that I have had some of it not so much spoiled, but I have gone through the first 5 hours of the game before, and then I stopped. I do know the big Act 1 twist, and I know Renoir is a character, and his family is somehow involved. Other than that, I have no idea what's going on. No idea about the story. I have some pieces that I can kind of get an idea as to what's going on, but I just don't have enough of the complete puzzle to put it together, so it's a semi-blind playthrough, I'll say. I'll be reacting to most of the major story beats, not knowing what's going on. Finished off my other drink, and now I have Monster keep me going. Let's start it then. Yeah, I won't, nope, definitely want to stay on normal. probably a bad idea to skip the tutorials, but I'm sure I will figure things out in the long run. Yeah, I'll mainly be speeding through this first part, but as for the cutscenes, I'll let them play out and enjoy them. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Music in this game is gorgeous, I have to say. One of the few tracks I have heard is Renoir's theme, because that's the one everyone's been loving. And I was listening to it on the way back home from work this afternoon, and I mean, I can't wait to see it play out in the fight. Here we go. Prologue. You know what, it took about an hour to get through with my dad, and I was just kind of poking around here and there, so it's honestly not that long of a prologue. We can probably get through it pretty quickly. But yeah, when I had first heard of this game, it was specifically through Taylor, my fiance, just because I always get notifications whenever anything's downloaded to the PlayStation, so I'm off it. Causing trouble up there. What was it? Oh, yeah. So one night I'm at Magic. I go to every Friday night, and all of a sudden I see Clair Obscur downloaded. Never heard of it. Because I guess Taylor had downloaded it, and she played it all the way through multiple times. She just finished her latest playthrough and was sobbing by the end of it again. But yeah, that's how I had first heard of it. And when she had described it to me, I guess I had misinterpreted what exactly she had meant by the premise. But it wasn't until I first tried it out, the first few hours, parents upstairs were ordering pizza, and then Isadora was just scratching at the door. Anyways,
Yes, I hear you.
we're keeping her downstairs for the moment, just get her used to living downstairs, because she was actually fostered by my parents upstairs. And now that she's ours, want to get her more used to this space that we live in being her home rather than the whole house. So just in the evenings, she's stuck down here. I need to finish my thoughts. So, pardon me, call it down for.
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Anyways, initially, and now the webcam is turned off. There we go. So, when I had first heard the premise of just like every year people that meet a certain age threshold die, I guess it didn't sink in until the first time I tried it out. Just the first few hours that it sunk in just how depressing that premise is. And like it's a good thing. I actually really liked this introduction to the game. Yeah, I've only gone through the first 5 hours, but from what I have seen, I do like the game. I just needed, I suppose, a final push to get through into it. But yeah, I hope you also enjoy the game. It'll definitely be fun to go through it and actually experience the story that. I mean, I've only really heard good things about it. As I mentioned earlier. Oh, just that one. But as I mentioned earlier, like every time Taylor plays this game, she's crying by the end of it. And I know she'll be definitely happy to see me go through it, because then she could talk to me about it. If you see me looking off camera, or if you hear anything in the background, it's just Isadora being a little menace. But I think this is kind of really when it... Okay, yes, I'll open up the blinds for you a little. Of course I open up the blinds for you and you come back over here. You're so needy. Oh, but I love you. I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, yes, I think this is kind of more so when it's set in, just like how depressing of a concept it is with Sophie. Which does not end well for her. Alright, fine, we'll open up the other blinds too. If you want to come sit on my lap, you can. just gonna go back up top.
Now all the blinds are open for you.
You're a little menace, you know that? I'm trying to play a game. Oh, but you just want love, don't you? She's just gonna be crazy. I'm gonna have to ignore her. Hello there. Knocking stuff off the shelves again. She is just a kitten. She's like 4 months old, so she's just going to be full of energy and full of chaos. That's just how kittens are. Yes, you. I'm talking about you. So far, I've made it 5 hours into the game on a previous playthrough, and so far from what I've seen, I have enjoyed it. I do really like it, but I haven't felt the urge to finish it, and that's been the main problem. So I'm hoping maybe streaming it will give me that reason to kind of see it all through, because I've only heard good things about this game, and I've been told that I'm going to absolutely love the story of it. Like, I want to get into it a little bit later on when we actually get into the game itself and start the combat, but I really... No, I'm just going to ignore you when we get into the game itself, because I love how each of the different characters have their own style of combat, how each of them kind of has their own unique abilities that they play off of. It was something that I really liked with when I went through Persona 3 Reload, was each character kind of had their own unique thing to them. Like Mitsuru had status effects that she liked. She would get bonuses to that. Junpei had critical hits. And so this feels like the logical evolution off of that, where each character has their own unique mechanics. Lune has the elemental affinities, Gustav has the overcharge stuff, and I love those different management aspects of it. It makes each character feel more unique to themselves. It isn't just, oh, this is the mage character, oh, this is the fighter character, oh, this is the healer. Yeah, I'm not running this on my PC. I'm actually streaming it through my PS5 into my computer, so hopefully it's streaming well. You gonna hit your head again as you jump? Nope, she made it. Start of the stream, she tried jumping up onto this counter, or this cabinet here, and bonked her head. You can kind of see her in the background there. Anyways. So, yeah, I'm doing my best to kind of get through the intro. I still want to go through and talk to anyone if there's anything here that kind of sparks anything I want to talk about just from this intro. like this, because like this is one of the things that just adds to that depressing atmosphere. Like, yeah, they're leaving behind children, and there are people that are not having kids, not because they don't want kids, but because they don't want to subject them to this doomed world. Like, by the time her kids faced their gommage, they'd be like 15 years old. I can't imagine being 15 years old and told everyone you know that is your age is about to die, and everyone older than you is already dead from this. Yes, we hear your whines. Oops. Oh, I would love to go through Persona 3 again. I'm currently working on... So I've already released the spring video covering the first 2 months of the game, and I'm working on the summer months right now. But that's more of like a story and analysis, just to play through it again. I'd like to do that with a reload, because I went through Festival for the video. I don't know if some of these dialogue options have stuff later on, but I figured I'll go through them again just in case. Because I do know you come back to Lumiere at the end of the game. Oh, you're right, yeah. Thankfully I have all of the audio recorded. The script is completely done. Thanks, I appreciate that. See, I have the script written, I have it all recorded. I just need to edit it down, which July, including the social links that I have for that and the 2 personas I have for that, it's over 2 hours of raw audio. But it's going to be great. So far from what I've done for the Persona video, in total, it's going to be my probably favorite analysis that I've done. Which currently, Dark Souls 2, as it stands, complete and finished, is my favorite. But I want to have the summer months done by the end of this month, and then I'll want to have autumn done by probably the end of March. After the summer, I'm going to start to spread my do other videos kind of in between. Oh, the 2 hours is just the raw audio that I haven't edited down, but if I had to guess, I'm going to say that probably the months of June, July, and August together is going to be like 3 hours long. Oh, what? Sorry, she's knocking other things off the counters now. Down from there. Trying to steal my fiance's ring box there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she's currently wearing it, but it's just the box, but still. You're a little menace, aren't you? But yeah, right in front of the light there. But yeah, feel free to go through the Dark Souls stuff. After I did Dark Souls 2, I figured I would because I really want to cover them, but I want to pace myself with them because they take so long to make, I would set subscriber milestones. So Bloodborne, one of my favorite games of all time and my favorite FromSoft game, I'm going to do that once I hit 600 subscribers. And this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I actually really like Dark Souls 2. I like it more than Dark Souls 3, actually. So you could hopefully tell that with the Dark Souls 2 video, with the passion that I put into it. Anyways, back to focusing on Clair Obscur here. I'm just constantly distracted by the kitten running all around the place. But I don't want to just lock her up somewhere. That's mean to her. She's just a kitten. But I guess just focusing on all this, again, it's just like it's all bright and vibrant with the city. Like it feels like it's a festival. It doesn't feel like a funeral, is the best way to put it, what the Gommage really is. Oh, is there no game audio? Let me just fix that quick. No, that's not coming through now. That's odd. See, it's really odd that it's not coming through for you guys, because I'm getting it here. Here, let me just try and fix it real quick, because again, I'm streaming it through my PlayStation. Bit of an odd situation there, but here, not really. Oh, there we go. Now it looks like it should be coming through, hopefully. Yeah, seeing the art design, part of the reason why, like, it wasn't just Taylor kind of pushing onto me that, hey, you should play this. It was just looking at it and just the gorgeous scenery, the unique monster designs. I love unique monster designs. And what I know of the story. But especially just like, before this stream, I went through this introduction section with my dad, and we were just talking about the graphics of this and just how amazing it is that that this is a game that was made from a technical standpoint, and like what kind of goes into that because just like me, my dad is really into game design and especially the technical aspect of making games. Like we were going over things like the lighting and the shadows that are made. It's a lot of little details, like the stuff in the far distance. It's a much fuzzier border with the shadows, but things that are much more close up, like the characters, they have a much more definite shadow, something a lot more solid. But me, my passion is more so like the game design itself, and so something I can see from this is that this is almost like a bit more of a tutorial. There's a couple of sections all along here, and this one really feels like it's trying to get you to learn the overcharge system for Gustav, because it's all about you need to kill it all with one hit, and the best way to do that is with the overcharged. I should probably pay attention rather than talking, but the way to do it is with the overcharged, or like a full overcharge. And so that's what this feels like it's trying to do without explicitly telling you that's what it's trying to do. Like there's another part later on where it feels like it's teaching you, or it's getting you to practice your dodging all before you really get into the gameplay. It's a tutorial that doesn't feel like a tutorial. It's practicing without feeling like it's practicing. And I love those kind of more diegetic ways of getting the player engaged in the game. Exactly. It is an exploration of the mechanics. Because it's one thing if the game just tells you this is how it works. It's another thing for the game to show you this is why you would do this is when you would do this, that kind of thing. It's something it's one of the reasons why I think the introduction to the first Dark Souls is my favorite of all the FromSoft games, because it shows you the game's mechanics through the little things on the ground that tell you how to play the game, but more importantly, the game shows you how to play the game. The Undead Asylum is a beautiful tutorial area from what it teaches the player. You go into the boss, it kicks your ass, and you throw yourself at it again and again, and you're like, I can't beat this. So you find the side passage, you get better armor, you learn if you can't beat it, go find better equipment, level yourself up, find maybe any sort of items that can help you, and then come back stronger. And the little sections in this that are like that, the little combat sections are kind of like that, where like that last one was teaching you this is how you kind of use your overcharge before things get serious. It's a way to practice it before you actually have to start applying that in practice. Yeah, here is the other combat section. Because, like, the whole point of this fight here isn't to beat up Sophie, but instead to dodge her attacks, and so it's practicing your dodges. The game even kind of slows it down for you so it's easier to dodge them. But the principle is still there. And unfortunately, I'm going to be dodging for most of this game because I can't parry for shit. It's why I stopped playing Sekiro. I tried going through Sekiro. It's one of the few FromSoft games I have not played, and I just could not keep up with it. I think I beat the first boss, and then I'm like, fuck this. I know I'm going to rage the rest of the game, and I just can't handle that. And this guy's just a drunkard. I'm not going to bother with him. I don't really get anything from him. But I guess he does help paint the world that not everyone believes that these expeditions to defeat the Paintress, to stop the Gommage, is a wise idea. Again, this opening... The opening section really sets the tone of the world, and that's what a good story should do. Oh, don't worry about chatting too much. I'll chat away as I kind of think of things, just present my own thoughts on what's going on and the design of the story, design of the game, because that's kind of why I'm here. It's what I enjoy and kind of what my channel is meant to be, and so as I'm going through this game, that's also kind of what I want to deliver. And if people chat frequently or infrequently, then that's good with me. Although I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes, just the different... Actually, I'll go talk to him so I can keep on track with my thought. Just the different points of view. So the opening is really supposed to set the tone of this world, and you'd think that a lot of people would be on board with, oh yeah, we got to stop the Paintress, someone who is every year killing people, and eventually is going to cause the end of the world with people that get too old dying off, and that threshold getting younger and younger and younger. But of course, not everyone is on board with that. Like, this guy here's that example, just showing that some people think it's all a waste of time, waste of resources that could be better spent on the people that are still alive within the city and giving them a comfortable life until eventually all life is wiped out. Not everyone is on board with the thought of the expeditions is the point. Just there's a lot of differing views. It makes the world feel more alive, because you're never going to find a place where everyone thinks exactly the same. Something that I was mentioning just with when I was talking about this game with my dad is that it feels like it is post-apocalyptic, but not in like the traditional sense. Like, usually when you think of the post-apocalypse, you tend to think of things like Mad Max, where society has essentially collapsed, and everyone's kind of out for themselves. But with this one, it feels like a magical apocalypse. Like, you had a completely normal and mundane world. Like, you took our world and all of a sudden magic just ended it. something happened and everything fractured apart and monsters started roaming. You have things that are kind of floating up in the sky, these islands, but there's still that sense of normalcy to it, but it's all tinged in the end. And like the first time I had went through this, something that I noticed is that yes, everyone here is younger than 34, as you can see by the number there, but it feels that way. There's a distinct lack of anyone old. It's almost odd. Like I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, because the oldest people here are in their early 30s. I'm trying to find the words for it, honestly. Like, why it feels so odd. It's like there's an element of society that's missing. And I think that's the tragedy of it, is that usually in not just stories, but in just the world in general, you have the different age groups with different life experiences. And especially the older generations, you look to them for knowledge and for guidance. For example, if you're in your 20s and you're just starting to have a kid, you're going to look to your parents, who are most likely in their either late 30s or in their 40s or maybe even their early 50s. But the people here, they don't have that to look up to. They don't have that wisdom to rely on. They kind of just have themselves. And if you think of it, like, as these gomages keep going on and the eldest people get younger and younger, eventually you're just going to end up with a whole bunch of teenagers running around. And teenagers are idiots. They don't have the wisdom of anyone older than they are to guide them. They kind of have to figure everything out for themselves. And I can only imagine how it felt as those generations started to disappear, one by one. Like I had mentioned earlier, everything's so bright and so cheerful, but it doesn't feel like a funeral. It feels like a festival. But this is effectively what it is. It's a funeral not just for the people that are gone, but with every death, the old world is slowly fading away, the fading of those generations of knowledge and of experience. It's, it just paints such a melancholic atmosphere that way. I guess another thing I can touch on is the magic system, because I like that it's so varied. Like usually with a lot of magic systems, it's very rigid. Like you see a mage and you know that that's a mage. You see a sorcerer, you know it's a sorcerer. You see a paladin, you know it's a paladin. Like that kind of thing. Just there's so many set defined magical styles. But here it almost feels like every person kind of has their own unique way of doing it, because it isn't based off of really a set of rules. It's based off of these pictos. And it's how each person kind of individually expresses that in their work. Like the guy back there was saying he was going to do it on his machines. But there are some people that carve it into their own bodies. That kind of paint it onto themselves. It makes it feel like magic here is so much weirder. It's not set in stone. It's not just you go and you study from an enchanted university and become a wizard. it is you kind of figure this out for yourself. It's time for the mime. Oof. Got me a couple times. Oh, and I'm overcharged. Come on. Ooh. Broken. That's good at least. Ah yes, the music discs. I've heard that those can be a bitch to get. Anyways, I think I've done pretty much all that I can do here, so now it's just heading down to the harbor. And starting the game itself. Or not quite yet. There's still more of the prologue, but starting the gommage, starting the beginning of the end. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Not so much the will, I think it's definitely more heavy on the personality of the person. Because, like, I can imagine, based on how you do it, you could be more of, say, a tinkerer. You got little gadgets that you have that put these pictos onto, or even more of a scribe. Maybe you put it onto these pieces of paper and make scrolls out of it, and you cast off of those. Whereas other people, like from the little bit that I did play, Lune, it's all kind of all on her arm there. And that definitely feels more like she is a typical mage, that she's casting it through her, not so much through any sort of objects. And it helps make her feel more mystical and more magical in that way. She's not so much intelligent in the way of machines and with tinkering. It's more so just like that arcane intellect. It definitely paints a different picture from, say, Gustav with his mechanical arm. He is more of like a mechanic. When my dad was watching this just before the stream, when I was going through this, he did not realize that this was Sophie's gommage. He wasn't so much invested in the story as he was in just the music, in the graphics, in the technical fidelity of it all. He did start to get a little more invested into it once the prologue was over, once we got to the mainland and the stuff that happens there, which I won't spoil yet. When we get there, I'm going to talk about how much I love that whole sequence. Because I will say that is what started to suck me in initially. It didn't keep me there. And I don't know what it is exactly why I haven't been able to get into this game, even though, like, I can tell how much I want to get into it, how much I'm already loving it, how much I'm already seeing all the pieces that they work together. So I'm hoping this playthrough is the one where I fully invest myself into it, because I can already feel it. I just need the push. went to sleep somewhere. If you want to go ahead and play it. I mean, from what I've seen, I definitely think it's worth it. From what my fiance has said, I definitely think it's worth it. If you're wanting to sit here and watch me play through it, I will be hopefully trying to play through the whole game, streaming here on YouTube. Oh, and it looks like the audio has cut out again for the capture card. I'll see if I can fix that real quick. My apologies for that interruption there. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that, make sure the audio doesn't cut out too much. I wasn't sure how long that one was out for. Getting through your backlog of games. I have quite a large one myself. I don't really play a lot of new games anymore. I mostly just kind of stick to either old games that I've already played before and I know that I like, or ones that I've been told that I would like that came out typically within the last 2 years is when I play things. I don't play things on release all that much anymore unless I'm looking forward to it, unless I'm already invested into it. I think the last big new game that I played recently was Dredge. That came out in the last couple of years, and I played that earlier this year. But now I'm actually playing one that came out this year. And I'll see what all the hype is about surrounding it at the Game Awards. Actually, that's not true, because earlier this year, Taylor and I, we had went through Split Fiction, that was probably the last one that I played like on release. Yeah, just trying to relive the good old days. I was actually thinking earlier about because Midnight is coming out for World of Warcraft, and just thinking back, like Legion is about a decade old now, and just thinking back to the good old days of gaming when back when I was in high school and early college, and I had the time to really invest myself into a lot of these games, and when games actually still felt fun. When they still felt fun and fresh, and like it wasn't just all about the money. But yeah, the last one that I did on release was Split Fiction with Taylor, which I loved it. Villain was underwhelming. They didn't utilize him as much as they probably could have and fleshed him out a little more. But, sorry, just a little trouble breathing and I keep talking. But, we had played Split Fiction after coming off of It Takes Two. We had played that together, and that was... I can see why it won Game of the Year. I was initially hesitant simply because it was made by EA, but they blew away my expectations. I never played Worm Online, but I remember hearing about it. I think it was in like grade 10 or so back in high school. So that would have been like 2015. But yeah, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. It started when I was a kid. My dad had made a private server for my brother and I, and a couple of his friends played on it for Wrath of the Lich King. And then towards the end of high school, yeah, it is a very good thing to be wary of. But again, I was blown away by It Takes Two. Yeah, I thought it was really good. But anyways, my dad had made that server for me, and my brother when I was really young, and then I played Legion all the way into Shadowlands, which Shadowlands broke me. Oh, good God. But just that idea of thinking back on the good old days of gaming. But I think it is better now. Objectively, I think it's better now because AAA games are shit. Why do I think that's good? Because it means that it's the era of the indie game. It is the era of people making games again for the pure passion of it. You have a small group of people coming together and making a piece of art for the sake of making art. Of course you're going to have a lot of slop. Of course you're going to have a lot of games that are just put out with the sole intention of making as much money as possible, or even tricking people into giving them money. But then you have games like Silksong. It's 3 people in a basement for like a decade, and they make this for the pure passion of it, because they want this to be a perfect experience for people. So that's why I think like now gaming is in a better spot than it's ever been, because AAA games are dying. It's a bit of a weird premise, I will admit. Games are bad, so gaming is good. But I suppose it's just what it means for the industry. Unfortunately, for gaming, like, developers, it is hard. It is so hard. I wanted to get into game design. That's what my bachelor is in. I went to a technical institute for programming, which led into a game design bachelor, because that was my passion. I loved designing mechanics and encounters and building everything around that. But it's hard out there. I was unemployed for years. I had left just after I started this channel. I left my old job because I was guaranteed a spot at another place that then at the last moment pulled the rug out from under me, and I was jobless for like 2 years. And I tried all that time to get something in the gaming industry because that's what I was wanting to jump into, but I couldn't do it. Granted, the job market right now, terrible. I sent out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications and got maybe 20 replies back in those 2 years. 4 of them were interviews. The rest saying no. I do eventually want to make games again. I miss programming, I have to admit. Actually, one game that I had wanted to make, I did make a prototype of it, and a proof of concept was, it was a turn-based combat system, but you had 4 decks of different cards. And the idea of it is that it's all based off of like tarot cards. So the bosses are based off of the major arcana, and each of these 4 decks that you're drawing from are based on the minor arcana, and each character has 2 different minor arcana they can cast. So part of the game was knowing how to position your characters in their turn order, as well as managing what kind of cards they are able to cast. And each deck would have the different things that it could do, like Cups was the more support-based deck, the Swords was more physical, Wands was your magic, and Coins was meant to be your defensive and economy. So if you wanted more cards, you would pull from the coins, because that would give you all the cards you needed in order to draw more. And that was a game that I had made a proof of concept of, and I had made the Fool, the Magician, and the Priestess as a way to kind of show it off. And I was really proud of it, but unfortunately I kind of lost my passion for programming and for gaming for quite a long time, and especially this channel, it had helped me rekindle that passion. Especially when I got back into doing the Dark Souls video, was that really helped push me back into it. And eventually it's kind of what drove me into wanting to make more of the long-form content, and wanting to do these kind of streams. I do want to do them more because it allows me to talk about games about more than just whatever I'm covering at the time, because those take a long, long time to make. Not that I'm complaining, I want them to be done right, but this allows me to talk about more games and just things in general as well, I suppose. I have been rambling on quite a lot about other stuff. Although I do prefer the more scripted videos, because then I can take all my rambling thoughts that I've had here and kind of properly structure them and cut out the rest of the fat. Like, I've hardly really talked about this game for too much. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I talked to your dad. I'm pretty sure I got the thing that I was supposed to give you. Yeah. Once we kind of get into the main game, once we're kind of past this introduction, I'll probably focus more on this. Thank you very much. I have been told that I do tend to go on rambles quite a lot when I'm especially passionate about something. But yeah, once we're through the introduction, once we're in the game proper, I do want to focus more on Obscur, and as I'm playing it, I'm definitely going to be analyzing it, both the story and the mechanics, and just the game in general, because, I mean, look at this. This is a piece of art. Even just this shot by itself is gorgeous. You just have the monolith in the center, and I really like these floating islands kind of coming away from it, almost like it's the focal point where everything started and everything just blew back away from it. Anyways, moving on. Let's talk to my elf. Is it, okay, it looks like the sound is coming through. If it's too quiet, let me know and I can turn it up. I figured I would leave it on the side of it's a little more quiet so that you could hear me rather than it kind of overpowering my voice. Thank you. I do try my best to explain my my thoughts on things and why I like this kind of stuff. And with kind of telling the story, I've always been passionate about stories, and I've actually been a dungeon master for a private D&D game for I think it's been 8 years now. We finished one campaign and we're currently working on the second one, but it's just that passion for telling stories, not just my own, but ones that I find interesting in some way or beautiful or just things like that. Just stories that catch my attention that I want to then spread to other people that might not have otherwise experienced them. Like I have a friend who looked at the visual novel aspect of Persona as like, I would never play that game. So for the people that are like that would see the actual gameplay and be like, not really my thing. But would maybe want to experience the story. That's kind of what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to take you through these worlds and these stories. And I suppose over the last that many years of my life just doing that, of telling stories, I've kind of grown that skill. There is going to be a little bit of chirping in the background again. Just before I... Sorry. about that. My mum just came down to talk about the garbage, just because we recently moved into their basement. So I'll deal with the garbage in a little bit. Oh yes, and the chirping. Oops. So yeah, the chirping is just because before I tried doing this earlier, wherever she went. Anyways, the kitten ended up breaking my microphone, so I'm actually doing it through the webcam. And it's not made for this. There you are, you little troublemaker. Oh. I was supposed to be dodging those. Have you finally awoken from your nap there? Yeah? Yeah, you're the one that broke my microphone. I'm gonna have to get a new one. You're lucky that I got all the recordings that I needed to get for Persona. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to get it done before the end of the year. No, yeah, it's probably not the capture card. It is probably the microphone and the webcam. Or you know what, I'll probably listen to this afterwards and I'll see if maybe it is the actual like game audio, because that would be a problem with the capture card, but I suppose that'll be a issue that we'll find later. Now, well, it's good to hear that's not too bad. Now I just have to get the 3 prizes. Yep, I'm wanting it to be out by the end of the year. I'm hoping that, so I want this one to be out by the end of the year, and then I'll be releasing 2 videos every 3 months. And the goal is that I'm going to do, after this one, it's going to be the 3 God of War games. The original God of War games and the spin-offs I'll be working on, while also working on Persona 3 and finishing that off, so that eventually the next big video will be God of War 4 2018, because it is one of my favorite games of all time. And before I cover God of War 2018, I do want to cover all of the context beforehand. You don't need it. You don't need to know the Greek stuff before you get to the Norse but it does help, especially with understanding where the character has come from, and in Ragnarok, it references back to it. Thank you. I'm also thinking in between covering the Greek and the Norse games, I would also cover Hades, the first one, and a little game called Jotun, so that I could actually talk properly about Greek mythology and then Norse mythology, because God of War obviously twists it. And yes, after God of War 4, I would then be moving on to Ragnarok. But again, those would be very large, very large projects, and so they'd be a little slower. Probably around the same size, if not more than, or probably definitely more than Dark Souls 2. They'll probably be more along the lines of what Persona 3 is shaping up to be. I unlocked it, but I generally like to keep the outfits with the canon stuff. Like I don't usually like to dress them up in other outfits unless it doesn't matter. But like a story-heavy game like this, generally I like to keep the characters looking how they are in the story so that I can experience it as it was kind of intended to be. It's one of the reasons why I don't make outlandish characters in FromSoft games. I like to kind of roleplay in them a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to take a guess, and keep in mind this is completely. I could be way off. But my guess is that by the time I'm done with Persona 3, base game, it'll probably end up being around 14 hours. Plus another maybe two or so. 1 to 2 probably for the answer. And I'm releasing Persona 3 in chunks so that I can get it out sooner, so that I can get it out to people sooner. But I originally intend for all of my videos to be kind of consumed as one. Or like, as one video, not so much one sit down, because that's a long time to be sitting and watching a single video. But like, you take it all in as one continuous story rather than as the constant stops. So it would be like a 15-16 hour long video covering the complete and total experience of Persona 3, including all the side stuff. Because a lot of the time, at least from what I watch, a lot of the story analyses generally cover the main story, when half of the game is in the social links. And as much as there are... Oh yeah, once I'm done them all, I'm going to release a sort of total version of it. Put all the pieces together, and just have it all as like one massive video. And I will say, I'm glad you got really into the spring, because that's my least favorite part of the game. Because that's setting up all of the story and everything. I really like moving into the summer when we get more answers on what's going on, and into the fall where there's a lot of very heavy story moments of just trying to deal with what's going on, because that's when a lot of stuff starts going wrong. And then finally in winter, where you get towards the end of the game and towards what the fall actually is, the fall that the little boy, the ghost boy in the bedroom, keeps talking about. Because we do get to see it, and it culminates in, I would say it's one of my top 5 favorite boss fights of all time, Nyx. Or specifically the avatar of Nyx. If you're by the end of summer, I'd say you're probably about 40 hours into it. It's an 80-hour game, not including the answer. And the answer's like 30 hours long, I think, give or take. And it's and it's mostly just 30 hours of Tartarus. Been talking too much because now my cough is starting to act up. Just been having breathing problems, especially when I'm talking for, it's been like an hour and a half. Alright, here we go. I will move into the game proper now. Oh, my apologies. I probably will take a little break from talking also, just because this is when the story really starts to hook you in. This is when I want to focus less on all the other stuff and more on Clair Obscur itself, because that is essentially why I'm doing this. I want to experience this game specifically right now, and I think because I kind of been talking over everything right now, so if you haven't gotten into the story from the snippets you might have seen already, I think this is really the point when I knew that I would like that I knew that I would like where the story was going. I mean, I did with the Gommage, but especially when I hit the mainland and just watching Gustav react to it all. So I'll probably take a step back for the moment, let the game speak for itself, let my lungs kind of take a breath, and once we're through it, I'll talk more. Might interject here or there, but for the most part. a bit of a spoiler for like the next minute. The stuff I was saying earlier about like here he is. I do know of this character Renoir, and just I love his entrance because again I said earlier about there's something missing. These older generations are just suddenly gone. Their presence or lack of is very noticed. And suddenly you have someone who is noticeably an old man, maybe in his like 50s or 60s. He just walks into the story. And it leaves such an impact from that. The fact that you have someone so old when everyone else to this point has been so young. Sorry about that. They were just offering a blanket because it's a little chilly down here. I kind of missed them, Renoir killing everyone, but I want to go back to something I said earlier about loving unique and inspired monster designs, and I have to say some of the Clair Obscur has some of the more interesting ones that I've seen. I could easily see them in like a Dark Souls game, especially this monster. I could see this in Elden Ring. It's so cool. Just like the hands. Oops. Yeah, like there's so many unique monster designs, and I know people shit on Dark Souls 2 for having a lot of knights in armor. Again, I like that as the aesthetic of Dark Souls 2. It feels like it's more of a human story than one of something truly fantastical where you are separated from it. You can understand these people and their motives because they were all human. You can understand concepts of loyalty, of dedication, of corruption. But I digress. Yeah, it's a much more personal, much more human story, and I think that's why I like Dark Souls 2 so much, the story of it. Again, probably probably an unpopular opinion, but Dark Souls 2 is one of my favorites. Even if adaptability is fucky. Yeah, that's the reason I don't like Dark Souls 3 as much, because it is exclusively big picture. Dark Souls 1 leads up to it. Dark Souls 3 feels like it gets into it like right away. But Dark Souls 2 takes a step back from that and looks at the actual people in this world. And I just have to say, this is absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Just the soft blues and the nice verdant greenery. It makes it feel magical. Like there's all this carnage that you just witnessed of the entire expedition getting wiped out. Gustav is now the only one left. And instead of being surrounded by gore and by horror, you're surrounded by just this gentle beauty. There's this dissonance with what you just witnessed and where you are now. It almost leaves you feeling like you're not sure what to expect out of this. Like anywhere else, this feels like the introduction to a, even like a Zelda game. Like I could see this as the starting area, as an almost enchanted woods, just kind of looking around at all the glowing flowers and like even that waterfall back over there. It's all so mystical and magical, like and especially compared to Lumiere, where you just were. Where it was all like dark, harsh, gritty stonework. This is very beautiful, very natural, almost ethereal. The diversity of the design here is just gorgeous. I remember this is where you're taught about shooting. I wonder where the weak point is. Should I shoot the armor? Maybe the hand? The sphere? Or the big fucking glowing orb in its head? Right in its face. I just find that really funny. I mean, it is good creature design. It tells you exactly where you're supposed to be shooting, but just like, I wonder where I'm supposed to fire. Oops, I died. I dodged too early. Right, because I forgot it. Because I turned off the tutorials. It tells you to heal. So we're gonna do this fight on like 1 health. That's my mistake. I completely forgot that it leaves you with 1 health. There we go. Wasn't too difficult. let's learn from our mistake. Let's heal. So right up ahead is where I stopped playing with my dad when we went through the introduction. Just kind of looking over the game. But something I want to point out just before we get in is just, again, there's this natural, serene beauty. The greens, the blues, it's all very calming. And then right up ahead, as we head underground, it's all going to be dark shadows and red light. It's really setting a completely different tone. And that's where we're going to get probably my favorite part of the introduction, and just the tragedy of what happened, and especially what it shows of Gustav. Because you see here's all the members of Expedition 33. An entire group of, an entire expedition he was supposed to be fighting alongside. In a single instant, dead. And the transition with this, soft blues into the horror, the red. We've had our serenity where we can't comprehend what just happened. Like, we're still in shock. We still have that adrenaline coursing through us, but now it's starting to wear off. Now the horror of it all is sinking in. It's all red, it's all dark shadows, it's just, we are feeling the weight of what just happened. To our friends, to the people we were supposed to be standing beside, to the end. Now it's hitting. Oh, and I think it might have... Is the audio down? Nope. Looks like it's still active. Just a little quiet. I'll turn it up a little bit.
Do that. You both die. Hey. Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustav. You're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time, We're already dead. Look around. Look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue.
It's a little more than a one.
Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around. This is not a place. The lunar converter seems intact. About time we test it in real conditions.
yeah, just that whole sequence just there of just as the horror sets in, he's almost about to. Oh, absolutely, it was definitely worth it because again, the horror of it all just sinks in. The tragedy, the trauma of what has just happened, and watching Gustav break down, and in a moment of complete despair, he almost just ends it all, and you sympathize with him because anyone else in that situation would do the same. I mean, you're all on your own. You're in this land you know nothing about. You have spent the last year preparing, and it's all just been thrown out because the last thing you were expecting to find came and slaughtered everyone. This place is not what you expected it to be, and now everyone is dead because of you. And I like that. It humanizes him more. It makes you sympathize with him. And then we bring in Lune, and and what I have played, she is my favorite character mechanically. Like her combat style, I love managing her elemental affinities. I'll show you in a moment. So, like, exactly, you're left with the trauma of you are the last one. It is... that was the point, whereas, like, I know that if I play this game, I'm going to fall in love with it. Because it wasn't afraid to show someone being human. It wasn't afraid to show the lowest moment. Like, probably this is the lowest moment this man has ever had and ever will have. To the point where he almost turned the gun on himself as penance, as an end to the suffering that he's now enduring, as just, like, he's probably got all these complicated emotions that he's feeling in that moment. And it all just kind of sinks down into that world of this trauma that's going on. But anyways, I was going to say Lune. So, like, she has her immolation and ice lance, where it shows here on the top left, along with the AP cost, it generates elemental shards, which the immolation will then consume. I love that each character kind of gets their own individual system, and Lune's is my favorite so far. I love that kind of interplay with the abilities. You're not just spamming the same ones over and over and over again. This, you're kind of thinking, alright, I want to use immolation, I want that increased damage, but before I do that, I should use an ice lance, I should get the blue rune, because then if I do immolation, it'll strengthen it. Like, everyone's got their own play style. Every person has their own style that they like to play. Like, I've never been a big warrior guy. I've always preferred magic users. Or very stealthy characters. But the fact that there is this kind of diverse way of these characters kind of coming in, I can really play around it, and I can really say, over the course of the game, build up Lune as my big damage dealer because I enjoy engaging with the mechanic. Anyways, I should shoot the core. Again, yeah, getting back to that getting back to the magic system, and the magic system of how the Pictos work, and with the combat styles, they really build up the personality of the character. Like Lune already just from because again, I haven't made it too far in, but I can already see her as a sort of intellectual character, as a very wise, very knowing character into essentially the weirdness of this world, of the magic of it, because she is the archetypal mage. The Pictos all over her look very much like, they look a lot like arcane runes, and with this elemental magic system, it makes her feel like she is the sorceress role, and I will look at her that way for her gameplay, and over the course of the story, I will probably, I'm assuming, this is all an assumption, but it's from that how you can start to look at a character. So I'll probably, if I had to guess, she's going to be a lot of the brains of the group, is my guess. Like, she's going to be the one helping to come up with plans. And kind of looking into what exactly is going on.
Let's see if your invention lives up to its reputation, shall we? It really works. We're not dead yet. Come on. There might be other survivors at the Indigo Tree.
That's another thing with Gustav. His power is very electrical focused with like the charging. And you see there where he has a little device. He's a tinkerer. And again, I'm going to see him as someone who's very intellectual. I'm going to see him as someone who's very good with machines, with tinkering with things. I can imagine him kind of crafting and cobbling things out of whatever he manages to find. So I will be interested to see, because again, I know what happens at the end of Act 1. That's about it. So I'll be interested to see what goes on up until then and what goes on beyond that with these characters, with these kind of initial ideas on what they are, based on their playstyle, based on their magic, how it manifests, and these roles that they kind of have within the party. Because I already know Mayel, she feels almost like a fighter, not so much a strength-based one, but dexterity with her different stances. It feels like she has a more elegant way of fighting because it's all based off of how she's standing, is how she's going to react to different attacks, or how she's going to give different attacks. So it almost says to me that it's very, like she's a lot more refined in how her battle style is, and I would assume also in her personality. Which, with her being, from what I know, the youngest of the group, says a lot about her character, says that she had to really grow up very fast. So we'll see about that. I assume at some point. So I assume at some point we'll actually have to see her behave as a kid, because she is still like a teenager. We'll get to see that side of her, because usually that's what happens with characters where they're kids that have to grow up. actually. Is there anything that I can pick up here? That probably would be important. Nope. Alright, you know what? It's probably time to stop yapping and time to start playing the game again. And right back into the serene beauty. Because now there's a hope again. There's Lune has come back in. Gustav is no longer alone. Because if Lune's alive, perhaps other people are too. I forgot that aspect as well. Is that when everyone else is dead, that also means Gustav led Maëlle to her death, led the one that he was supposed to take care of to her death. His adoptive daughter. I might also go grab a drink at some point. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go grab a drink right now. Some water. Threw in some fruit punch Mio. Again, just you have to wonder how long it took to construct some of these environments. Like a lot of this, you enter into this wide open space and you take a moment to stop and look at it, and it's a gorgeous picture. Like you stop here and you have the trees kind of framing everything here in the background. There's the waterfall high up above, the light kind of streaming in from the side. How long did it take to make some of this stuff? Like just from what I've seen of it, you can feel the passion, you can feel the quality, and really I can see why it is a Game of the Year nominee within the first, I've been playing for 2 hours. Honestly, it's because it's a passion project that this game absolutely pisses me off. Now hear me out. From what I know, this game is made by a bunch of ex-Ubisoft employees that went on to make their own company. that's only what I've heard. I should probably actually go and check that to make sure I'm not spreading misinformation. But if that is true, then that absolutely makes me mad. Because that means that these big AAA companies have this massive talent at their disposal, but they're not utilizing it. It is quick cash grabs and stuff like microtransactions to just squeeze out every last penny out of their consumers. And the reason why I am so passionate about games is because I see it as an art form. I see this as a work of art, not just as a product to sell. And the fact that we could be getting so much better games from some of these big companies, that is specifically the part why Clair Obscur pisses me off, because it proves that they have the talent to make something like this. They have the talent and the money, but they just don't. I think I went the wrong way. Maybe. I'm pretty sure this is just where I came from. Yeah, I backtracked. I was a little too focused on ranting and rambling there, so forget everything that I just said about going back into the peace and calm and serenity, because we kind of didn't. We went back. See, I haven't played Assassin's Creed. Last one I did was Assassin's Creed 3. I heard Black Flag was actually really good, but I mean, I just look at a lot of these modern versions of it and just it's honestly disappointing. I remember I think there was one that was entirely online, and well, because my brother had gotten it and he tried playing it and he couldn't. It was unplayable. And like I see that across so many franchises now, and it's disheartening. Like, I don't know much about Valhalla, but I saw that they actually included like mythology and gods. But that's not what Assassin's Creed is. It's historical fiction. It has nothing to do with mythology and gods. Like, it's meant to be, you could visualize this actually happening. Okay, yeah, and when I said to ignore what I said earlier about going back into the green, verdant, and hope and all that, ignore the ignore, because yes, we're back into the green and the verdant, and hope has returned. Lune is here. Gustav is no longer alone. There is a chance now of succeeding, of moving forward. Yeah, they never want to experiment with new main systems anymore, because I mean, there's a chance it could fail, and that means it's a chance that they could lose money. I mean, these big companies, they have the resources. They could take risk. But they don't, because they want to protect the bottom line. I wasn't sure if I leveled up or not, so. I think there was a way to attack them.
Take cover.
Oops. Because yeah, I turned off the tutorials thinking, oh, I'll probably remember it and I'll figure it out. And I'm proving very quickly that I am not.
Let us stay then. I'm ready.
Oops. Oh yeah, and you get to see in the little thing floating by her what arcane elemental gems she has. I like those little details. Like, her mechanic isn't just something that's ethereal. She's actually summoning it. It's physically there. It's not just, oh, I'm feeling this elemental power in me. No, she's actually storing it and putting it away. It's that little bit of world building that makes a world feel alive.
Lunde, watch out!
Oops. There we go, there's the level up. Actually, why don't we go back and do that? It does make it feel more realistic. It makes it feel grounded, like it's not a concept makes it feel like Gustav actually is charging up his special attack. It makes it feel like Lune actually is like saving some of the power from her spells to be used later to empower them. Like it's actually being stored somewhere. Alright, what do we think? I think Gustav... His weapon scales with vitality. But we also did get him a new weapon. Let's see how we want to build him. So I could build him around Mark. Because I don't remember what it does, but I think it does increase damage. Specifically for abilities that do target the mark. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Or we can kind of make... So either it looks like we want to debuff enemies with him, or buff our own allies. I think I'm going to go with... I'm going to go with powerful, because it gives the charges, and I want to see what Mark does a little more. Like if I can find an ability either with him or with someone else. Yeah, I was thinking buff allies, because whenever I see Mark, I'm always going to think of the Darkest Dungeon Mark, where specifically if you mark a target, certain abilities deal more damage. I don't know if it's the same here, so I don't want to take the gamble. I'm going to go with powerful. And if that's the case, then I think at this point I'm mainly just going to increase his attack and give him a little more health. But I don't want to neglect agility, because I don't want enemies taking multiple turns in a row. So Eventually I'll put some into that. That is a good point. That is a very good point. He's helping other people. He's buffing them up so he doesn't lose them more. He's protecting them in that way. He's making them stronger. I guess in that way he's also the leader. Even with the marking, he's essentially assigning a target. He's like, that is the one we are going after, and buffing people. He's encouraging them, building them up, so that he's not losing them. He's not losing anyone else. That's a pretty good point. Actually, I might as well rest. Okay, looks like it is R1 to attack. Because I think we get surprise initiative or something. Free turn. Alright, so yeah, I'll give fair enough. Yeah, I'll give Lune powerful.
Let me help.
Oops. Nice lance costs 4. Alright, so I'll shoot with Gustav next time.
Get ready.
Oops. Oh, God damn it. I took care of that one.
Roma is flown.
Lune, watch out.
You really don't like Lune. Alright, I'm gonna go back one more time just to level up Lune. And then I'll stop going back and forth. Because I like her fire. I want to upgrade her fire. So we're going to make her a little more of a glass cannon. And I'm going to upgrade her might and her luck. Or actually, not her luck. I want to upgrade her speed. Make that an even split, because if she can go more often, she can do more damage. So, oh, let's do stuff. Thunderfall is lightning and it consumes fire. Already level grinding well. No, I go into a battle, one character levels up, go back and I level up. Go into battle again. Other character levels up. And I can only level up at these stations here, so. I'm not generating any green right now. So I would need to take Earth Rising if I wanted to do that. But I think I'm going to go down the pipeline right now of Ice Lance into Immolate into Thunderfall, assuming like the battle's still going on by that point. So I'll take Thunderfall for now. Oh, and no, I already got her abilities.
We can use that.
Right, and there was a way to do Pictos. know what? I'll do. I'll give Gustav the critical burn. Lune burns them. Gustav finishes them off, and I'll give Lune the perfect dodge so that she can get a lot of her bigger spells out more quickly. There we go. I have to say, I love this battle music. This is great. Alright, let's see if we can finish the one off before it gets a chance to attack. Yes! There we go. Oh yeah, see, Lune's already moving faster. There we go.
Is that a house?
Looks abandoned.
It is a house.
Well, that will help. The indigo tree is not too far from here. If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
Yeah.
It's down here. More loot.
An advantage. An advantage.
Oh, I'm gonna stop and appreciate every shot like this. I mean, there's the monolith again. Everything's kind of exploding out from it, and there's just something up on the right there. Something sinister, something dark. I assume eventually we'll be going over there, but it feels like this is the transition from the nice, calm, serene, we're over there, now it's starting, there's deeper shadows there. It feels a little more desaturated, and of course you have this great big thing above it that's... It looks evil, for lack of a better word. It's all spiky, it's dark, the blues here almost feel cold, like a chill, like maybe the chill of the grave based off of the rest of the structure here, like it's some kind of rot or poison. And fittingly enough, we're getting this transition the next time we see the monolith. The next time we see this symbol of the Paintress.
Here we are.
The continent. The indigo tree's over there.
They mentioned the indigo tree. I was going to see if I could see it from here. But I cannot. So let's explore around a little. Let's see what kind of items there are. Okay, if I play this right.
Let me help.
The storm has come.
Ice Lance. There we go. Didn't even let it get a turn in. I swear to God, I think I just leveled up there. I'm gonna wait for the next checkpoint.
An advantage.
Actually, speaking of which, do I have to save, or does it auto-save? I'm going to assume that it saves. We're just gonna assume. Even though, you know what they say about assuming. Makes an ass out of you and me. Specifically when I go to play this again and I'm all the way right back at the beginning of the game. Did I grab this? Yes, I did.
Well, that will help.
Oh, there's the next one. Alright, let's level up. I'm gonna wait for Gustav to level up, because again, then I'll get him recovery. Again, because supporting the team, being the leader. And you. I don't really have anything to use the electric ones with. I don't know what the colorful one is. I am going to assume it's a kind of like a rainbow. It can be used for any for the stains that she's generating. But I'm going to do play a second turn, you say. I'm taking Earth Rising. Because I want to see if I can make her like a heavy, like, burn character. I don't know what it is with games, but I love applying damage over time effects and just watching them chip away at life. With WoW, I played an Affliction Warlock as my main for a lot of time. Oh, I only have 3 points. Okay. That's actually up your agility a bit. Same with you. Oh, right, and I also have that weapon. It is nice to see big number go down. It is also nice to see big number go down with you doing minimal input if you just apply a whole bunch of damage over time effects and then you sit back and watch them die. When I played Darkest Dungeon, one of my favorite builds for a team was mixing bleed and poison. Just stacking as much of it as you could onto all the enemies. It made some areas a little more difficult because they're resistant to it. But in that case, you kind of just beat them down. Let's rest. There we go. going to see if this guy even gets a chance to go again, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be weak to the ice. I think he's weak to ice too. Okay, he does get a turn, but... Oops.
Let the ink flow.
You could see up in the top there with the increase of the speed, I'm going even more turns before the enemy. I like this system. Legends Arceus actually had something similar, rather than going back and forth with its speed thing. I also liked with that system, just as a little tangent of, you could choose to weaken an attack so you could go more frequently, or strengthen an attack, but you would go, your enemy would likely have more turns before you're next. So like these more speed-based systems, it definitely breaks up the turn, 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 turn.
This will be useful.
Well, that will help.
Sorry, I keep looking over at the capture card, making sure that the audio is still there. Because sometimes I'll look over and it says that it's not, but that's just because the game itself is quiet. So I'm just trying to make sure that you all can also still listen in on what's going on. Neat. Almost looks like it was held together with gold internally. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the environment that just makes you question, like, what is this? What is this world? What is this thing that was made? I doubt we're ever going to get an answer to this. But it's just one of those things that makes you question, like, there's more going on here that we never get to see. This is a whole living, breathing world that we're only seeing a small slice of throughout the game. Unless we do eventually find out whatever this statue is, but I kind of like not for that reason. It's just the small details that make a world feel alive. If I can get away with shooting one of you. And we'll say another one. Yeah, because I'm not going to have enough for ice lance next time, but... So I might as well just do all three. And start to burn one. We'll go with you. Dodged. Just for that, you're getting hit. Oh, it's these. I'm really screwing myself over by turning off the tutorials, because this is meant to teach you that the flying ones. The flying ones, they need to be attacked with the ranged weapons. I forgot about that.
I'll do it.
probably take him down now. Yeah, again, I'm screwing myself over by not having the tutorial. I just have to go based off of what I remember from the first time I tried it. And unfortunately, if there are any new things from beyond that, then I will be shit out of luck.
This one looks dangerous.
Oop, does it? Yeah, it does. Can I shoot it in the face? Nope. Chromatic Lancelier. I don't like the fact that it has a boss health bar. And the fact that it has boss music.
We're marching through. Ice.
Oops, and he's dead.
We're marching forever.
Items. Right.
The expedition's not over. I mean, yes, it is a plus. That is true. Romance flowing.
A completely optional one. I just saw an item behind it and I wanted it. Just to feed the loot goblin in me.
Danger!
Oof, got it. There we go, overcharged.
Ready to obey.
Dodged. Dodged. Let's see.
Feel the burn.
Immolation next turn, and then Thunderfall next turn. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm one short. Okay. He has to live one more turn then.
Brace yourself.
All right.
We're going to come up.
Piece of cake. Augmented attack.
Interesting.
And a weapon upgrade. Nice. Well, I'd say that was worth it. Do we want to go back and rest and level up? I'm gonna take a chance and just carry on.
No trees.
Something disrupting
spooky. I'm guessing that is the tree that we're supposed to be going to. I was thinking it was just a tree but blue, but I suppose that is what this is. But again, it just looks... It looks evil. It looks cold and sharp and thorny. It looks like this is somewhere we want to stay away from. But I guess that is where we're heading. Beautiful. It looks as though there is no flag, which means we are going to heal. That's probably the way we're supposed to be going, but we gotta check around for all the loot. Frozen Flames is a good way of looking at it, yeah. Yep, I fucked it up. I thought it cost 2, it costs 3. But I know immolation costs 2. So let's burn you. Oh, damn it. And I did so well with the boss version. Maybe I haven't actually unlocked the jump yet. I thought I did. Because I didn't see it as an option. Let's burn you more. That's why I like burning. That's why I like damage over time. I didn't even have to kill him. He just died of the fire.
An advantage.
All that for some chroma.
Someone came here before and set up these handholds.
Probably Expedition 69. The Climbers Expedition.
Let us thank them for that.
I like that. I like when the game explains its like its traversal mechanics.
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Well, it certainly attacked them. An expedition journal. 81. That from the ones who came before.
And they betrayal. The ones who come after.
Expedition 81, Renee. Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Grégoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious, but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Paintress.
And that's probably the point where the Nevron killed them.
Communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like it. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't in there.
Something about the way Neville's killed seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friends are looking at mine. It really does speak.
What do you mean, light?
Maybe the big torch it's carrying.
Painted? By the Paintress? If we bring it light, perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I have a lot to say for that. First off, just kind of confirms some of my stuff with Lune that I was saying earlier about her being a sort of wizard archetype. She definitely seems to be the more inquisitive one. She's the one looking at this like this is a new discovery. We should explore it more. She's the one that wants to understand this Nevron and this new discovery and see where it could lead them, whereas Gustav's a little more hesitant. Because I was thinking, all this stuff that I'm saying, sometimes when you watch someone play a game that they have never played before, but you have, I always enjoy when I do that, hearing their thoughts on something and seeing whether or not they're in the right direction. Or it could just be a completely outlandish theory. Which brings me to a prediction of my own. So, it's not about the Nevrons. I do know about where the Nevrons come from. That's not a mystery to me. I know that they didn't just spawn. They were created not by the Paintress, but by someone else. And I know that because of Simon. That is also good, yes. If you just watched everyone get killed by a bunch of Nevrons that were summoned by Renoir, and now, obviously, waking this one could lead to their deaths as well. But yeah. I know about Simon, because Taylor took a long time to kill him. So I know that they were created by someone other than the Paintress. As for why, and for what reason, I don't know. That'll be something that I learn over the course of the game. But I'm gonna say, looking at this guy, it almost looks like he... Actually, let me look at this a little more. My thought is changing. My initial thought was that he had extinguished the flame of this Nevron, and that if we bring its light back, it'll attack us as like an optional boss. But it doesn't look like that's the case. It looks like there was a different Nevron here that killed everyone else. And this guy, whoever he is, he managed, or maybe she, I can't tell. Whoever this is, they actually killed this one here. This is the one that killed them all. Because you can see like the triangle-shaped head with the orb inside. the rest of the body. It looks like the ones we've been fighting. So this is probably the one that killed everyone else. And perhaps this Neveron, looking for its light, it just kind of decided to sit here. So, just me reading this situation, the Neveron is safe. This one specifically. And we'll get more information out of it if we bring it like more into the history of this world. So I don't have to worry about some sort of boss fight if I do this side quest. Which I will eventually return to as soon as I find some source of light. It could also be paying respect to its fallen comrade. What I'm gathering from the Nevrons, though, is that they're rather, or at least from this one, is that it's very single-minded. That its focus is on light. I don't think it's paying respect to its fallen comrade because it doesn't care about anything other than, like, bringing light to places with its little torch. But you're right, it could be paying respects to the fallen one. Alright. Alright, let's get you healing. And you... yeah, I wanted to hold off on you because I wanted that thermal transfer. Because then I can burn it, and then I can do a thermal transfer. And if I was doing some Earth Rising beforehand, then I get an extra turn.
Flares!
Survivors.
Hurry!
It could be a tribute. Perhaps it carries a light for a specific purpose. Perhaps it carries the light to honor the dead, both human and Necron. It could be, and without its light, it can no longer honor those that have fallen in that area. And so it's kind of without, it seems to be without purpose without its light. That's why I'm thinking it's very single-minded. Anyways, we got a Pictos. No, we have two. Oh, these are fully leveled up, aren't they? So I would be stupid not to give you... oh, never mind. Oh, it's Lumina's, that's what it is, isn't it? Like, again, I remember some things. Maybe I don't remember them. Oh, wait. Yeah. Maybe it's that only... you know, I'll look it up later and I'll figure it out. I'm not going to sit here speculating. I'll read up on how that all works later. I feel like I might be going back the way I came. Yes. Oh, here we go. That will go towards the tree. Oh, there's never on there. Oh. Oh, I remember there was something up with these little shield guys. I don't remember what it was. Didn't I give you the 3 when you... Maybe I accidentally took... I don't remember. One of them I gave, whenever they kill an enemy, they get 3 extra AP, but I thought I gave it to Gustav. Oh no, I gave it to his augmented attack, because I use a lot of regular hits with him. And we'll just finish you off. Oh, I gave it to her, that's why. Because I wanted to get more of her spells out. It really does, all the blues, it's still very soft, very mystical, very magical. I feel like it's now trying to transition into into the mystique of this world, the mystery of it.
We could light something with this.
There's that hope from before with the soft blues, but now it's transitioning away from that into almost serenity or spiritualism. This is a place of magic, of spirits.
An advantage.
Yeah, definitely something. I can definitely see the through line of what emotions they are trying to convey through the slow or rapid shifting in the color palette of each location.
This'll be
and especially getting so close to the tree, because that is where we were told that people would be. Let me just quickly... There we go. So yeah, we were told that this tree is where people would be, so yeah, those soft blues and greens, the vibrancy that is still carrying through where it once was hope. Now it is we're getting closer. We're getting to where we were told that people would be.
Let the thing flow.
And especially with that red flare, something I thought in a moment I didn't mention it was just the contrast of it. It's this flash of red in the blue. It definitely signals of like, this is to grab your attention. Someone is here. Someone is alive. I don't remember what these guys' little gimmick was.
A storm is coming.
But I'm starting to cleave through enemies quicker and quicker. I'm getting the hang of it.
Interesting.
Going for almost 3 hours now. We'll see how far I'll go. I might stream for another hour or two. Just because I am enjoying this. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna immediately give that to Lune. No, Gustav, because I've been mostly... I have mostly been shooting with him, but... with the gun and with the dodging and the parrying mechanics, so it isn't just the strategy of the turn-based. There's also that reactionary element with the gun, with the QTEs, with the dodging. It keeps the player on their toes. But I'll give it to Lune. Like, in my head, I'm already starting to think of the character's builds. Because I want Lune to be a finisher, because if she finishes, she gets more AP. And the more AP she has, the bigger and better spells she can cast. I think I'm right back where I started. Yeah. Good to know that's a big circle, but I did see an enemy. Where did I see you? Oh, it was across the bridge there. So we'll end you. Burn you. Burn you. Assuming they're burning. And if not, burn you. There we go. As I said, I'm probably... Oh, there we go, Aluminum Alert. I'm probably going to end up building a lot around Lune because I like her combat style. So I'll see about making her my big damage dealer, and then maybe have a support person. And I'll also need someone else. I'll see what all the other characters are as I kind of build my team. I haven't really been struggling with health. But let's get you some more... Let's just give you more agility. And I probably should give you some health at the very least. Yeah, Gustav, I don't think I need anything from him right now. And as for you... I wanted the thermal transfer. Because I can get more AP from that. So we'll rest, we'll recover. Whoops. I vaguely remember this guy. I don't remember his gimmick. But if anything's a boss, it would be this thing. Evic. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. That's just how I'm seeing it. Ooh, I thought I was maybe a little late with that. Now I got rid of 2 things. Well, actually, let's shoot it again then. Because shields are definitely going to be annoying. There we go, now it's burning. Feels threatened. Don't like the sound of that. I figured. Oh, it's the little guys. Actually, that's perfect for me. I can get stuff off of them. But not quite yet. So that's what they do. I've been killing them too fast to actually see what they do. Burn you again. Actually, you're overcharged. There we go. Thermal transfer. Target is indeed burning, so. Oops, that was definitely too soon. That is unfortunate. I was going to overcharge. So we have... What can I consume here? can consume anything. Oh, consumes ice. So. Damn it. Don't like the look of that. And of course he doesn't have enough AP. Alright, telling us it was a story thing for the charging up.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
It is a little chilly down here. I'm gonna. There we go.
Wait. A message on the wall. Smile to the weird corals. Head north. Look for a door inside a hut. This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like a tradition that everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but it might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach.
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows my L. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in here.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency.
There's
You
a
know that.
There's a reason. It's protocol. We designed it to yield an optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going off on my own. Protocol also states never move solo. I'll let you choose, Mr. Ford.
Alright, and if I remember correctly, now we're able to go into the kind of open world aspect. New Pictos. Yep, there's a couple of items around here.
Nice.
The empowering attack doesn't really call to me. So I'm probably not going to use that one, but... Backtrack, see if there's any items here. Probably not, but... Oh, there is. I probably have to reach it from the other side. They are very well defining Gustav's character here. just because you can see there's that, as soon as he hears Mael, there's that instinctive need to protect the people that he cares about. Just knowing that she's alive, like he's just ready to do away with protocol. Just, I need to go find my daughter, sister, person, and even using that protocol, it almost feels like it's in a joking manner with Mael, or not Mael, with Lune, of just like, hey, you're going to cite protocol, so I'm going to cite it as well. Almost kind of poking fun and showing their relationship a bit. Where she's a little more rigid, a little more stuck to the rules. Yeah, here's the open world, and I have to say, with the way that the camera is kind of, with all the camera effects, it makes everything feel a lot like it's miniaturized, and I love it when games do that. Really, I just love it when any sort of media does that. I really like the aesthetic. And let's head for the weird corals. I believe it's that up there. But I'll just poke around a little. Because that's not really coral.
It's been a long day. We should make camp.
I'm fine. Let's keep going.
We won't find Mael if we're dead.
We'll go to camp after this. Because the last thing that I did, so like the furthest that I've gotten in the game is just after this area. Yeah, every... Oh, okay, we do have to go to camp, I suppose. Yeah, I like the little miniaturized look of everything. I find it rather appealing. Like I saw a video the other day of someone had taken the camera, zoomed it out in Elden Ring, and they played around with the effects and made it look miniaturized, and it looked really neat. Just kind of seeing some of the locales, but with the shift of the framing.
I'm sorry about it. The beach was not good.
No, it was. I convinced Darling to land there.
So, we can rest a bit. The moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
We learned nothing from the beach.
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face. He must be what? 50? 60?
That's what I said.
Yet he survived the Gamache. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly. He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message. Lucien. Lucien died. To save me. Just Margot, me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the Paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When. We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight, it's just my elf.
My elf swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life. You and I. Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
Any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that? Do you?
I hope I do.
I do agree with that comment about him becoming more pessimistic. I was going to talk about that just after this, of how the trauma of what happened, it's almost taken over him.
Really?
Sorry.
But yeah, just that the trauma of what has happened at the beach. It's still there. It didn't just go away now that Lune is there. He's not just suddenly, we're back on track. We're going to get Mael. We're going to kill a Paintress. Oops. I have a charger here. Just give me caught between the desk and the couch. There we go. But yeah, just he's still sitting with the weight of what happened on that beach. With and now he's afraid to lose anyone else, especially he thought he lost Mael. And now that she's most likely alive again, why would he focus on anything other than getting her back, getting essentially his family back? So of course it's fuck the mission, because like they were an army of say 15, 20 strong, and now it's down to 3. They were all wiped out in an instant. And that was just some guy. That wasn't even the Paintress herself. Just imagine how powerful she's going to be compared to that. What hope do they have? But that is the mission. Again, Lune seems like she's very sticking a lot to the rules that they have set, and she's very dedicated to that cause. And I like that it's her devotion to it that is the rock in this time. Where Gustav kind of wants to slip into that pessimism, that nihilism, just nothing we do anymore is going to be mattering. We failed before we even begun. And it's Lune that's kind of decided to die at that moment. And I hope for you watching, Mr. Skeleton, and any other people who watch later, that you enjoy this kind of more talkative, rambling version of streaming. Because like my channel is dedicated to essentially analyzing games, because that's what I enjoy. And so as I'm playing this, I'm coming to it from a view of, I take pride in looking over the game and analyzing it as a piece of art and media. That's where I find enjoyment in it. So I hope you don't mind me. Yeah, I hope you don't mind me kind of rambling here and there about various topics, and especially just taking a step back every so often and looking at this game. I say every so often as though I haven't been doing it every 5 seconds. To the point where we really haven't made... I mean, we've made a lot of progress, but probably could have been making more if I learned to be quiet. But, well, if I wasn't saying anything, this wouldn't essentially be entertaining, now would it? Yeah, just like all this effort, all the everything that they had been doing, all the planning, all the training, all the research that they had done, all the pictos that they had designed, it's just all for nothing. Everything that they've done to stop her, it's been worthless. I'm glad it's keeping you engaged.
The main continent. Oh, you've refined it.
Yeah.
Because the last thing I would want would be a boring stream. For someone to show up, see that there's nothing really of interest, and to leave. But if I'm going to be streaming, if I'm going to be doing this more rambling style of content, going through it and seeing me exploring a game that I really haven't delved into, and seeing my thought process on it all, like I want that to be the expectation, as you get to see, or as you get to kind of watch me take it in. Hear my thoughts of, like, oh, if maybe in the future I was to make a video about this, my more structured video essays of telling you the story and going through it with you, how I'm coming to the conclusions that I am. And I might even go back and look at some of the things differently once I have viewed the game beginning to end, because of course there's going to be a lot of foreshadowing that I'm missing, or a lot that I might see is fairly obvious, but then there's a lot that I'm not going to realize is there. I will say I have been struggling with that a bit with Persona 3 as I'm writing it, just because I do want to preserve the core of the story, but like some things are so obvious. I have to say, especially with Shinjiro, and the one that left the team, and it's not much of a spoiler if you have any sort of media literacy, he's gonna rejoin the team at some point. I mean, that's just how things happen with these kind of stories. And so I think I kind of just gave up, like, yeah, I'm analyzing Akihiko's persona, I kind of have to also cover Shinji's, because they are so related. But you can kind of see how I'm getting there through this stream. Regardless, I hear my fiance is home now. I'm gonna keep playing though for a little bit. I did say I wanted to play for another hour or two, so I'm gonna stick to that. So she might just end up being in the background every so often, I'm not too sure.
Bubbles will come on.
Alright, and into the flying or floating waters we go. Flying waters. Hello.
Hi.
Just entered the flying waters.
Oh, it's so pretty.
It is very pretty.
It's probably my favorite, one of my favorite areas.
Understandable. Like, you really feel like you're underwater here.
Yeah, and with all the fish and stuff, like, I'm not gonna backseat game. Please keep playing. I'm just gonna do my own thing.
Because, like, something that I had been kind of pointing to when it shifted from the very, very vibrant greens and the little blue flowers. Oh, hey,
Of
kitty.
like the spring meadows.
Yeah, where it kind of goes from that into the blues and especially the teals of the cerulean tree. How
Oh
it-
yeah.
it's evoking a sense of like mysticism, of like a sort of spiritualism. Like, this is a place of magic. This is somewhere almost like spiritual. It is. We're going into a realm of essentially fairy tale is, I guess, the closest I can do it, but it ends up leading into things like this, where it's so fantastical. And
I did tune in very briefly when I think you were in the spring meadows and you stopped to look at the monolith.
yeah, this has been a very rambly stream.
That's totally fine. Please ramble.
It's a lot of rambling about the game and just everything else as well.
No, keep going. Miranda and I found a show about miniatures that we just started watching, and now we're probably going to be talking about it live to each other.
Nice.
Kennedy's expedition.
You know the commanders of every expedition.
Expedition 68. Their boat had flown into the air by a storm. Lumiere lost sight of it, but assumed it crashed on contact.
And they survived. Storm. Heavy.
Alright, let's keep moving. We found the weird corals. Our helmets are close by.
There we go.
Everything okay?
Just dying. It's plugged in at the moment. So now it's just poking around for new items. I do like that while this place is very, like, it's very blue, it's very teal, it's very underwater, it's still vibrant with color, but it's all very cold colors. It's all purples and greens, and seems like the audio keeps cutting in and out a bit. Just for like a second. It's probably just because I'm having to use... Oh, I think I know why. Whenever the audio cuts in and out, I think it's because the webcam just turns off the video portion of it. Because I'm having to use the webcam's microphone, because Isa broke the microphone.
Oh, Lisa.
Yeah, she broke the bottom cord right where it plugs into the
Oh my
microphone
goodness.
itself. I tried to use a different cord, but it didn't seem to work, so... Right, I forgot about these little treasure chests. Very much like the Nornir chests in God of War. These ones.
Oh yeah, the like, painting things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like them. Like, I like these things where you kind of have to stop and look around the environment, because it does make you slow down and appreciate the setting. So now I just need to find one more.
Well, that will help.
Alright, slow down and look a little more slowly rather than running through everything. There it is.
An advantage.
Nice. Chroma elixir shard. Yeah, the corpses of the old expeditions just kind of littered around. It's they don't really feel like warnings, I'll say. They almost feel like discarded monuments. Almost like this is rather than the sort of grave marker of where someone is buried, it's their almost stone-like corpse just left there. As though saying, this is where I died.
They're wrong. Looks like a different species.
Alright, is your face a weak point? Nope.
A storm is coming.
I have a feeling the fire's gonna get you before I do. Oh, okay, I got him.
How do you feel about the characters so far?
So I was talking earlier about, for those in the stream, I'm just going to reiterate some of the stuff that I had said beforehand. But one of the things I was talking about was the kind of magic system that is here, and the combat, and how their style kind of leans into their characters. So, like, I'm already seeing a lot of Luna, or Lune, I don't, however you say her name. Lune. Where I like that the Pictos feels very personalized. It's to the individual. And with her, it's kind of written across her skin as arcane tattoos, and especially with her kind of elemental affinities and her, I guess they're called stains. She feels very much like the archetypal wizard or sorcerer, and from that, like, it already leans into how I'm seeing her, and some of the stuff is just reinforcing that. She's inquisitive, she sticks to the rules, and something else I found is that she's very dedicated to the mission. Whereas Gustav, he's traumatized.
When one falls, not if, when.
It was a good speech.
It was great.
don't like how they're going to get 4 attacks in a turn. So now the fire should kill that one. Yeah. Oop. Oop. I definitely don't have the timing on that one.
It definitely takes some practice with some of them.
Yep.
Take cover.
I know you had mentioned that there was a audio indicator on when to parry things. I haven't really gotten that, but some of them I have picked up on visual things. Like there's the monsters that kind of charge at you. You want to dodge them right as their essentially claws start to glow.
Yeah. All of them should have visual indicators. Most of them have audio indicators. Sometimes you really have to hear for them.
And I'm not going to hear those. Alright, let's go through our Pictos again. Sure. I think that's probably good. Oh, I think I'm starting to see how the luminas work.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Just because, I guess it's... each one costs a certain amount, and you only get so much. You can only have as many as the luminas can carry, as well as the 3 Pictos kind of for free.
Yeah, exactly. And do you understand how luminas are learnt?
Yeah, you equip them and you kind of battle with them, and then you unlock them for all characters.
And I think it's after 4 battles.
Do I have... Yeah, I have a better weapon for Lune. I like the landmines here.
Oh, yeah, those are fun.
Anything in here? Nope. Yeah, it was just up there. Oh.
Be careful.
I wonder where the weak spot on these guys are. Could it be the giant floating landmine? 4 shots is all it took. Easy peasy. I can see the kind of toxic feel of this place. Almost some of the more grimier areas, because there are certainly some parts of this place where it feels like there could be some kind of slime, or especially on these, there's kind of a rust. But the underwater aspect definitely makes it feel very otherworldly. Ooh. I guess it hit me before I hit it.
I'm ready.
Yep. There we go. I can also see that the cerulean colors of when you initially come in are kind of starting to fade away. Well, I say that now that I'm going into a place that's completely filled with red. Just can say the tone slowly shifting.
Over there. A hut.
Oh,
Slow
here's a
down.
hut.
We don't know what's inside yet.
And level up. Okay, what do we have for skills? I guess I'll wait to take Shatter. What's the number 10? And as for you, I do want Wildfire. So what are the light stains, by the way?
So a light stain can fill in the spot for any other sort of stain.
Alright then.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking it was.
Yeah, I think that if needed, they can replicate another sort of stain.
Yeah. Are the mines made of stone? They look more like metal to me. Like really rusted metal. I'm gonna go back and have a look at that. Oh, and I missed an item, actually.
Well,
And an enemy. Ooh. Ambushed. Oops.
Dodge Kasap.
Shit. Well, Gustav's dead.
I'm ready.
There we go. It's alright, you got this. And that's all three of them dead.
What enemy is it?
Oh, it was the little landmine guys.
Oh.
I thought couldn't dodge their attacks.
Mm. Yeah, those guys were a little rough.
Yeah.
You have to kind of try to get the jump on them.
Yeah. I guess these landmines could be stone. It could also just be like really weathered metal. It is kind of hard to tell. But I've also never seen a landmine that's been sitting in the water for however many years. I think it's metal though. But I could see how they would look like stone. I do like these. They almost look like big jars. The kind of swirling shapes almost look like chitin. Almost like they're big insects or something, like almost like a shell of a big worm. Alright, heading towards the hut.
There's a door inside.
Seems empty. Let's go. Someone lives here. Where are we? This is...
Just throwing caution to the wind. We're in a strange... got sucked into a strange place that we have no idea what it is.
Ooh.
Let's just start screaming for my L. But I suppose again, he's got that kind of single-minded focus. He thought he lost my L, now he has the chance to get her back again, and that's all he's focused on, is just getting his family back. That someone that he cares about survived the slaughter. We should probably start putting something into defense.
Sounds to me like you're planning on getting hit.
Oh, I'm going to get hit. I'm sure as I get better at this, I will not be putting as much into health and defense.
I still put stuff into vitality, but I don't tend to put a lot into defense. Where's my ring box? Sorry.
Oh, yes, here you go.
Thank you.
The cat tried to knock it over.
Of course you did.
And then I wanted wildfire, so I'll hold off for now.
Wildfire's great, but risky. If you fail the QTE, you could hurt yourself.
That is good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss that part initially? Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't mention that in the actual description of it, but...
I think it says at a risk or something like that.
It didn't mention any risk, so...
Well,
unless you might be thinking of something else, actually.
I might be thinking of something else, but wildfire, I know. If you miss the QTE, you'll deal damage and potentially stun yourself.
I do like Fire Rage.
Yes, Fire Rage is great. You just have to succeed the QTE and not get hit.
Yep. Which means I have to get good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to build Lune into like a burning damage over time heavy hitter. remember you had mentioned when I was here last time that more doors will kind of open the further into the game I get.
Yes, exactly.
So I do remember there wasn't too much to explore here.
No, not right now. There will be one door that's open, but you'll get the opportunity to find other doors in a bunch of other places.
Yeah.
There's actually a puzzle in that room.
And this room?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that I know that there's a puzzle, I'm guessing it's these here.
It's just an optional puzzle that unlocks one of the soundtracks you can play at camp.
And the piano plays the Clair, Obscur, the
Mm-hmm.
the main theme.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I know that there's a puzzle here, now I have to find it.
Keep close to the walls.
Alright. There we go. Open.
You need to find 3.
3 more of those. I see.
I'm sorry. I don't want to backseat you. I know you like puzzles.
Well, now I just need to keep an eye out for them. There's the second one. And I must have missed the third.
Not all of them are on walls.
I figured that, but oh, yep, there's the last one on a pillar. Alright, and this is different. Completely different vibe from the rest of the manor there. I guess in some of the locations. Oh, hello, cat.
She's messed ugly now.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was a menace earlier.
Nope.
There we go.
Interesting.
Nocturne for a musk.
I'm gonna go be a menace.
Probably. Right as I was starting the stream, she tried to jump onto the shelving and smacked her face into it.
Oh, baby.
Which means it is on video, like, first 10 seconds of me hitting start.
I love that. Oh, baby.
Right. So I remember there wasn't too much to find here right now.
And do I remember correctly, you turned tutorials off?
I did, and that was probably a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna roll with it. Hello, Mael. wonder if they are doing mocap with this game with just how some of the how fluid the animations are, and especially it is. And yeah, the facial animations are fantastic. Because you had mentioned that Gustav looked like he was going to break down seeing her, but my thought was Mael almost like had 1,000-yard stare, as though she also was absolutely traumatized by what happened and is now still, even though is currently feeling Gustav hugging her, still can't believe in that moment that he's alive.
That's right, kitty.
Again. We just trained early. Alright. But this time I have backup.
Oops. That'll be the jump. So yeah, this is the tutorial for the jump, and also just kind of a safe place to try out Mael. Get to learn how she functions. Yeah, I guess it was mocap, which just goes to show like how much they wanted to make the characters feel like they were alive and actually give the actors a chance to act, not just with their voices, because like voice acting is a skill all on its own, but it's another to kind of act with your face.
Would you like a fun fact? The voice actors do not do the mocap.
Oh, do they not?
No, they don't. They hired completely different people to do the actual mocap. And you'll see them credited in the final credits.
Neat. Just in case other people didn't hear that, the mocap actors for the characters are different from the voice actors, which is interesting. Anyways. No.
Let me help.
Okay. I forgot about the jump counters. There we go. Currently in an offensive stance, so now I want to do Spark.
A storm has come.
And I have Wind Fire, so I'll do a Thunderfall.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. Come with us if you want. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
I'm not sure how much. It probably wouldn't take much coordination at all to kind of get the two to line up, because like dubbing has been a thing for a very long time, where Take, for instance, an anime. Webcam died there. There was probably an audio cut. There we go. But I remember, I think it was hearing Laura Bailey talk about it, where it's kind of it's a different challenge to do something. Oh, webcam died again. Webcam keeps dying.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, where because like when you are dubbing over an anime, you are trying to match your speech to the lips of the characters. And so I'm pretty sure that's what they likely would have had to have done with this, where they did all the mocap first and then dubbed the voices over top of that. I could be wrong, they could have done the voices first, but...
That I'm not sure about.
Yeah, no. But I'm also sure they could have maybe just been listening or knew what the actors had said beforehand and just kind of acted that out.
Is that a kestrel? Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Okay, it's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, maybe we'll trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
Who is sniffing around the heater?
Perhaps the Grimace and Esquire exist too. Are there more gestrels like you? I'd love to meet them. No, you see these graphs? Their religion's Nocta. Oh, really? I know. Don't have time to do tours.
Yeah, we need to get to Paintress.
There's another sea between here and the Paintress. No, Clair, as the best Kestrel merchant ever, you know a solution, yeah? Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Well, guess you'll get to meet more gestrels.
And there's that inquisitive nature of Lune again, you know, the person that was constantly lifting Gustav out of his depression, getting him to focus on the mission, and as soon as she's allowed the opportunity to look more into this world, into the secrets that, you know, people have only taken for myth, she's immediately wanting to, like, we should take a detour. I want to learn more about this. I want to see these gestrels. And it's Gustav that's like, maybe we should focus on the Paintress. So they're kind of playing each other back and forth, where when Lune wants to go off and uncover more secrets of this place, her inquisitive nature kind of coming through, Gustav's reining her in that way, and when Gustav's just like, we've fucked up. This was a horrible idea to do this expedition because all of our training was for nothing. I just want to give into depression. Then Lune's there to kind of bring him back out of that. Yeah, have a nice rest of your evening there. Anyways, I think I can just fast travel out somehow. No idea how, so we're just gonna walk. Oh, maybe I should also talk to the merchant. Of course, we're also gonna fight him.
You get to fight them for special, like, clothes and pictos and weapons and stuff.
And I see we can only fight with one person at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Lune it is.
It's good opportunities to make your strong guys even stronger, but also to level up your weaker guys.
I'm ready.
Piece of cake, that was 2 hits. Alright, let's see what he has. Exposing attack. I will be taking that, thank you very much.
I would buy Luna if you could too.
Hmm?
Color of Luna. You can come cuddle.
There we go. Alright, I'll probably... So it's 10 o'clock now. I was originally going to stop playing at around 10, but I think I'll get to the Gestural Village, or see how long it takes me to get to the Gestural Village. And then I'll stop, because that was as far as I made it in the initial playthrough where I tried to get into the game. Which means after that point, everything will be completely new to me. And I think that would be a fine place to stop. Let's get you some more IP. And we'll do a... We'll start off with Thunderfall. Nice. Oops. Let myself get ambushed.
Get ready.
Nice. Oops. Got to do that. I need to keep in mind the floating guys dodge all shots except for the shooting the gun.
A storm is coming. Ice
just checking to make sure that they're... Oh, hey kitty. Run away. Yeah, with these guys, it's really when their claws glow, that's the moment you want to dodge.
Is it those super fast guys?
Yeah.
Oh, just travel.
Was there anyone else back here? No, I don't think so. Yeah, if I'm walking out, I may as well get as much XP as I can. Oh, this guy's fucked. There we go.
I'm gonna try to do the bathroom tomorrow. See what you're done.
Okay. And yeah, this was the entrance. I don't think there was any enemies down over here, so just a straight shot back to the exit. Actually, before that, let's go to camp. Let's see if there's any new dialogue options. Now that we have Mael.
Main continent. Can't believe we're finally here.
Yeah.
Good night, Esther.
Don't get it. How did I get all the way to the manor?
I don't know. But I'm grateful to whoever saved you.
Oh, here he is.
Surprised to find you here.
I hope we can trust him.
Oh wait, that's the weaker sword. Oops. There we go, that's what I wanted. Might as well upgrade everything I have. What's this? Oh, I see. Oh, that was a waste. Whoops. Meant to give that to Lune. Well, we'll also give one to you, kind of balance it out. And I'll hold on to my colors of Lumina for the moment, just until we kind of set in stone what our party's going to be for the game.
That means we can upgrade our pictures.
But I guess now I'll go back in and... yeah. Let's see. Oh, I have 6 points remaining, so I can either do marking shots and burning shots or SOS shell. I think I'll take marking and burning shots. I think that's the better option. Lune. Okay. She still has 5 points, so if I take away the critical burn, no, but I do like that increased critical chance on burning enemies. Because then I was thinking I could do augmented attack, but no, I'll keep the critical burn because I burn a lot with her. You know what? She's the glass cannon. I'll take the SOS shell just in case I do miss something with her, that she's not outright dead. And you have 7 points I could use. Unfortunately, I mean, I'll take dead energy and dodger, and I guess that just leaves burning shots left. Alright, that's probably good for now. Find mail and search for a path through the flying waters. I just did that. Unless I might have fucked up. I might have to go back in. Whoops. I thought I was supposed to come back out here and go somewhere. But there's an item over there. Nope, I messed up. I should have gone deeper into the waters. Well, I guess more XP for me. Although maybe that means that once we reach the area where the Jestful village is, maybe I'll stop then.
A storm is coming.
We are just slaughtering all the enemies in our path. keep accidentally opening the items menu. And I remember there's the two guys that pop up here. Or not. Oh, I missed the big open hole in the wall there. That's where I was supposed to go. Let's talk to you again.
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done this?
Yes.
So you didn't just step in the action. Guess we found 68's boat.
There's a path through the bay.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
Oh, that's definitely not going to be a problem later, is it? Oh, there we go.
A storm has come.
Alright, we could probably shoot you, kill you, get some... Yeah. There we go, now we're up to 5, so I can start with a Thunderfall. And I guess they're weak to lightning. You know what, that makes sense. This is an underwater area. I guess something else with the music, as I had said earlier, that I really liked the combat music, but that was for the other area. Here, it definitely feels like it has an underwater vibe. The combat music, just with the... I'm not sure what instrument it is. What is that? Oh, there it is. But I guess that also means that I have more combat music to look forward to in later areas. It's not just going to be the same song over and over again, which, as much as I like the music in Persona, I'm glad they added a new track in Persona 5 Royal. There's only so much of that one song you can listen to over the course of like a 120-hour game. Oh, I didn't even notice that little guy there. Yeah, I'll shoot him. Right in the face. Oh, and I actually got a bunch more AP for it, too.
A storm has come.
Speaking of AP, let's get you some more. And again, we can now start you with the Thunderfall.
Lightning, strike!
See, I like that strategy aspect to it. Like, if I kill, especially with those Pictos that give me bonus AP on death, because then there's a sort of flow to combat. Alright, I'm going to bring you down just enough where you're almost dead so that next person can finish you off with just a gunshot and then has even more AP for their action. Like, it still has that strategic aspect to it that a lot of these turn-based RPGs tend to have. But with the inclusion of the gun, which is kind of outside of that, outside of your standard turn, there's a lot more to kind of work with there. So I might as well just repeat the strategy. We're gonna have a lot of leveling up to do. Actually, I was searching for anything up here.
Interesting.
I'm going to assume that item I can grab up here. Ooh. Are you friendly? You are friendly. Let's just examine it. Doesn't seem to be threatening. Okay. So I'm guessing there might be, for kind of these more unique ones, maybe a friendly one. And if each of them was created for some sort of purpose, maybe helping them out, helping them to fulfill their purpose, maybe we can find out why they were made. Like the one that had the light, I assume he's maybe going to be an enemy later on. And by helping him, we can kind of learn why him and the other Neverons like him were made. That'd be interesting, because then, like, we fought those little mine guys, and now there's one that's friendly. So if we help him, maybe we can learn why they specifically were created, for what purpose. Oops. Granted, what kind of purpose would you make for a little diving ghost person to hold on to a landmine, or not a landmine, just a mine in general?
He's just a little guy.
Oh, I keep falling off. I don't know why that one's there. Maybe just for more set dressing, but... You know what? 10 out of 10 platforming. Still better than Dark Souls 1.
Oh my god, the platforming in that section. I know exactly where you're at. I was very confused.
There we go.
For a little bit. The first time I played.
Intact... Oh! Intact mine. I guess now we're gonna have my question answered as to whether or not that's what this is kind of meant to be. Jesus Christ, I just realized that these are the heads of those little guys. God, there's a lot. How many of these little dead guys are there? God, it's like a garden of heads. It's... Oh my gosh. Jesus. I'm gonna feel even worse about that, finding that now that I talked to this guy. It's just gonna be like, oh yeah, they're like the souls of children or something that are wandering around here, and it's just a bunch of severed heads everywhere. Here,
Sorry,
take the mine.
Sorry, it's...
Said something.
Oh, it gave me a weapon. Well, what did it say, Mael? You said it said something. What did it say? Oh. Oh, I guess we get the option to attack it. Does it have any other purpose than attacking it?
Don't attack it.
Alright, I've been told not to attack it.
Later on, you can get a benefit for helping the special nevrons rather than hurting them.
Alright then. I want to know more about them, so I might as well leave them alone.
They're just doing their thing, they're not hostile.
Yeah. But now, it did give me a weapon. Who did it give me a weapon for?
You can't be comfortable.
I have no idea who it gave me a weapon for, but you know what? The two of them also just had new weapons available for them, so it all works out in the end. Actually, that was the same level, wasn't it? Which is stronger? 82. Oh, they're both 82. This one scales with they both scale with agility. This one does better, and this one's lightning. Lightning skills cost less, fire skills cost less. Actually, we're gonna stick with the lighter rim. Because if I'm going down the fire path, then I might as well stick with the thing that's giving me bonus, or that will be giving me bonuses to fire, starting next level. Although that does mean... Okay, so this is the only one that has anything for Mael, and I haven't unlocked anything for Gustav that gives him anything special, so... But I like that. That was one of the things that I liked moving from God of War 4 into Ragnarok, was that you kind of don't leave your armor behind. You can level it up all throughout the game, and that your armor is more so just a reflection of your playstyle, because each of them had different bonuses to them to different things. So, I really liked the immolate on the chain, so I had something that gave me bonuses to that. But it's that same kind of deal where I'm sure that this early game item, I can just take it all the way to the end of the game if I really wanted to and get the bonuses for it. Oh.
Roma is flowing.
Actually, you know what? I should make sure that everyone has that, Oh, there's another guy over there. I should make sure everyone has that gain critical hits on burning foes. I'm pretty sure I have it on everyone, but I should double check. Do that, and actually, let's buff everyone.
Danger!
Shields its allies. How much did you shield it for? 2. Yeah, I'm not gonna shoot you then. I'll finish off the big guy first. There we go. Now, I'll just have to stop deal with him. And then the big guy should hopefully burn on his turn and die.
It's interesting to hear how you're liking burning mechanics.
There he is, now he's dead. That's what you like to see. And I'm going to assume he's weak to lightning. Yep. And he's dead. Perfect. And a new weapon. Oh. Gustav, maybe? It is for Gustav. Let me just double check and make sure. Critical burn, critical burn. You don't have critical burn. Let's get rid of this. Oh no, you have that baseline. Oh, but if I spent a Lumina point on you, then you could get critical burn. Yep. I mean, you don't really need burning shots. I'd rather you have critical burn, and then everyone just kind of has 2 available Lumina points that maybe I'll unlock something for. Actually, let's get rid of SOS Shell on you. And let's replace it with... I haven't leveled up the Cleansing Tint yet. Let's unlock whatever... Or let's unlock that for everyone else. Might as well. I'm guessing part of it is also... with the costs of some of those, I want to put... Because you get it for free, I might as well put the more expensive ones on the characters that I want to have them, but I won't start min-maxing that just yet. I think I want to unlock a few more, and then I'll start to try and min-max them. Because there's no point if I can... If I only have a few. Anyways, level up. 9, okay. Sure, you can have 2 defense. Give you 2 and everything except luck. We'll give that 1. That looks good for now. We're going to do your spread a little different. Again, I want you to be mainly might and agility. We'll do 3 there, 3 there. 1 more into vitality. Actually, and then we'll do another might and another agility. Again, glass cannon. 27 points available, good god. Alright, how are we gonna build you? What I'll probably do is I'll pick 3... starting from now on, I'll pick 3 stats, and I'll prioritize those while putting a little bit into the others as well. And I think we should definitely have some agility. Give you some might. And I'll give you luck. And a little extra there as well. But I'll do a little more into vitality. And I could just make her really, really fast. I could make her hit a lot. You know what, I'll bring her agility up to 10. I'll do might. I'll do might to 6. And crit will bring up to 6 as well. Keep in mind, there is no real plan here in how I'm doing these stats. I'm just kind of winging it. It could be that these are completely horrible and I should just be min-maxing might. It could be that you don't need health, you don't need agility, don't need defense, don't need luck. It's just all might.
You can also recode later.
Yeah, I do see the recoats here, but we'll see how these stat spreads work. I feel like as long as I don't get hit, I don't really need defense and HP, but it's better to plan ahead for when you get hit, not if. Let's take Shatter. And then, yeah, I'll take Wildfire for you. Oh, what was that one there? Mayhem. I might need to take Mayhem for when I have full stains. But that would be mainly for boss fights. Looks like. And then for Mael, we have a choice of Swift Stride. Switches to Virtuous. If target is burning, it seems like this is the path we want to go down, because we're going to be burning everything. We're going to blaze a trail of fire. And target becomes weak to fire. I feel like that's just a good idea. And we'll take Rain of Fire as something to kind of get out of our defensive stance. Because I don't think we have anything else that gives us bonuses to our defensive, or when we're in defensive.
I love Rain of Fire. I used it up until the end game for her.
Yeah, that's our only way to get, or that's the only bonus we get out of defense, or when we're in defensive stance to get out of it. Which one brings us to Paintress and Spark do? So I guess we want to, I guess if we offensive switch, Spark, Rain of Fire brings us to offensive, and then probably just swapping back and forth between those two. That's probably going to be the play. And then, unless I want to do Paintress into Swift Stride, actually, what gives me bonuses?
Which way?
I'm just looking over. So, oh, okay, so, because I'm trying to, in my head, map out action order to get the most out of it, because that's generally how these are going to work. So, say offensive switch, get into combat. Spark brings me to defensive. And then I can do Rain of Fire. But if I'm able to, if the target is burning, I could do Swift Stride, get into Virtuous, and then do Paintress for a reduced cost. So if target's burning, Swift Stride into Paintress, otherwise offensive switch into Spark, and then swap between Spark and Rain of Fire. Got it.
Do you know what Virtuous stance does?
Nope.
200% more damage.
Well, that answers that question.
Offensive is also good. You do 50% more damage, but you take 50% more damage.
That's the way I came, I think. I'm looking pretty good on health. I don't need the rest.
Well, that will help.
Staggering attack. Increase break damage on base attack. Well, I might as well just give that to my L for the one that I took off her. Cleansing Tint, because that was just kind of to level it up and get it out of the way, but I'm not really going to use it. Healing Tints remove all status effects. Yeah, we'll take Staggering Attack for her. And
Great.
oh yeah, that's fine. Might as well put that to the test. Swift Stride. Blow up your face. And buff the party.
Let me help.
Oops, stunned. Okay, save. Yep, that'll do it. And yeah, Rain of Fire is the one that we want for defensive stance.
Nice.
A rewarding mark. I'm dealing damage to mark target. I suppose if we were going down a more marked build, that would be useful. But I think I've already decided I'm gonna stay away from mark.
Storm's coming. Ice. Shut.
So you're slowed. Okay, your offensive switch only costs 1, so I'll shoot you in the face. Oops. There we go.
Careful, my elf.
And spark.
Storm's coming.
Oh, I don't have enough for Emily. Okay, overcharge is charged. Okay, you're going to die regardless from the burning. And I'm in defensive, but I don't have enough for rain of fire, so I'm just gonna... You're not burning. Of course it doesn't matter anymore. indeed, that will be useful. Something's behind me, isn't it? Or not? Oop, that's a hole. Well, I fell into a weird hole.
Oh.
Ooh, there's big guys here. Oh, and there's another chest. Ooh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Considering they can buff each other, I feel like this is going to go very well. Or they can shield each other. Get you into virtuous. Or virtuous. I think actually I want you to... No, I won't break them yet. I'll break them out when I want them to... Or when I start killing them. Because I think dealing with them one at a time is the play here. Oops. And since you are in Virtuose, this is only going to cost 2. There we go. Let's break you out. There we go, that's a heavy burn. I'm going to take the gamble that you're probably going to die in a turn or 2 because of that. So we're going to clear out your shields and start focusing on you. Shield's not going to do anything other than it's burning, or maybe it will, maybe it'll block the burning. It does. In which case, there you go. You're free of your shield. Oh, but now I can't I can't overcharge. No, that looks like it's just on him. Actually, yeah, let's get a virtuous stance. Virtuous stance. And maybe even apply some burning to you too. Help you along. There he is, now he's dead. And now, you're dead. So now, okay. Now we can open the chest. One there. One there. I'm sure. Oh, yep, one there. There we go. Revive tint, alright. And I won't say no to that, just in case there's any mishaps. Can I get up there? I think I can. Ooh, there we go. Yep. What's up here? Item.
Well, that will help.
I'm guessing the Lumina's gonna be big later on, once I have more Pictos. Which means I can kind of keep some of these cheaper early game ones that are proving to be useful, like the extra critical hit against burning enemies. That's pretty good. And how do I get out of here? I fell into a hole. How do I get out of... Oh, there is a handheld things out of hole. And a journal, I assume. Yep.
Expedition 68. Elegant. It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from way to way. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The Paintress sent a storm to overcome us, but it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience is how we survived that storm, and it's how we brought victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was an Inca. We squeezed those Nevs dry. There's no one who's tougher than the others.
That's not ominous at all.
So many. I don't like
Oh, yeah, here's all the victims of that expedition that we just listened to. Well, whatever it is, I'm sure this is leading into a boss fight. I don't remember if there's one. Oh, yep, there it is. And I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be here yet. Is there a way around this? I don't... Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. I'm pretty sure there's a different way through this place. There's the hole. Oh, yep, here's a path. Or not. No, that was just where an item was. I don't think I have to go through the big guy. Well, I guess it's boss fight time. Oh well. Oh well, we're gonna come and claim your ass.
Yeah. This one is gigantic.
Avoid those with all costs.
Well, I assumed that I was walking into a boss arena. I, in fact, was not.
He's there for aesthetics.
Ah, aesthetics.
You fight some of them later.
I know, fight some of them later, that's why I was so hesitant to go into this room, or what I thought was a room. Anyways.
They can pretty much out.
Oh. Hello.
You're not pretty
Goodbye.
much out.
Alright, let me Let me do the thing. There we go. And what can I can't get anything for you. But it is after 11 now. I think I'll call it here. Now that I'm kind of through the waters. Sort of. Anyways. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there for now. So. I don't know when I'll come back and do this again, but I will come back and do it again. I was liking what I was playing. And I am curious to kind of see where it all goes, so whenever I suppose I have the time free, I'll think about jumping on and going from there. So see ya next I see ya.